We are about to begin with our program. Good morning. Dumelang. Sanbonani. Goeiemôre. Absheni. Tusa.
Ndi Macharoni. Which one?
Tusa.
Yeah. Molweni. Jambo. Welcome. Sindrebele ne. Lochani. Salam alaikum. Welcome salam. Yes. I know we have tried.
No, we've tried.
But we'll learn. We're just short of Russia.
Chara.
Strasbourg. Yes.
Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and friends of nursing, it is with great excitement this morning and deep pride that we gather here together to celebrate a remarkable milestone. 50 years of shaping futures in nursing at Unisa. This is not just a celebration of time, but of impact, resilience, and transformation. For 5 decades, Unisa has stood as a beacon of excellence in nursing education, producing professionals who have touched lives, strengthened health systems, and advanced the science and art of care across South Africa and beyond. Today, we reflect on countless stories of dedication. We are here to hear the breakthroughs in research and the unwavering commitment to serve that have defined our journey. Is that true? Hi. As we honor the past, we look to the future with renewed energy and vision. Nursing is evolving, colleagues, and so are we. Continuing to lead, continuing to innovate, and inspire the next generation of health leaders. Thank you, dear esteemed guests, for being part of this historic occasion, and welcome to the Golden Jubilee celebration of nursing at Unisa. I am Kelebogile Patience Olaine. In the Department of Health Studies, I am holding a senior lecturer as a doctor, and I will be the director of the program today. Please welcome me. And I'll hand over to my partner in the journey for today, Dr. Spa.
Oh, thank you very much, Dr. Kelebogile. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a celebration. It's a good day. You know, life is very much interesting. Things that makes us sad and cause us pain and anxiety don't wait to be invited. They just come. So let us be intentional today to celebrate this great milestone. And I see my colleagues from Unisa, and I see my colleagues from SAMS, and I see a big difference because my colleagues are busy with their laptops, and SAMS is ready to celebrate. So please, if Unisa is going to sleep in their own party, you are invited to make sure that you celebrate and celebrate it well. And I'm looking forward to that celebration. Ladies and gentlemen, let us remember, this did not start in one day, but it was a vision. It was a thought that someone decided to act on it. And today we celebrate action. Today we celebrate vision. Today we celebrate perseverance. Today we celebrate those that has gone before us. And we say to those that are coming, it is possible, we can make it. And Mifuluru, Mikhulukwane, let's celebrate. Wah, 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 wah.
Yes, sir. Abatswana ba teng fa? Ga gona morafe ope o fetsang Batswana o itseng Mogolokwane go feta Batswana. Am I telling the truth? I'm being biased. Thank you very much, colleagues. And as we move forward with our program at this moment, I am going to request that before we proceed, we take a moment of silence and reflection. I kindly request that we all pause for a moment of silence. Let us reflect on where nursing at Unisa has come from, remembering that those who walked this journey before us, the pioneers, the mentors, and the colleagues who laid the foundation. Let us think of the victories won, the challenge faced, and the resilience that brought us here today. And as we reflect, let us hold hope for the future with positivity and grace. A moment of silence. In this moment of silence, I steal the words of a songwriter, Charles Wesley. I quote, he said, I quote, "And are we yet alive, and see each other's face. Glory and praise to the Lord for his redeeming grace. What troubles we have seen, what conflicts we have passed, fightings without, fear within, since we assembled last. Yet out of all, the Lord has brought us by his love." Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me check. And ask you a question, colleagues. If nursing were a superhero, what would its superpower be? If nursing were to be a superhero, what would its superpower be? Let me give you a hint. Healing, patience, finding a vein on the first try, having a PhD in a 1 year. Please turn to your neighbor and share your answer. I'm going to give rewards for this creativity. Share an answer. All right. Do you have one person who wants to share with me? Thank you. Let's move forward, colleagues. With a due of time, we're going to introduce the first speaker. It is now my honor to introduce our distinguished speakers who embody the spirit of leadership and excellence in the nursing and health sciences. It is now my privilege, colleagues, to introduce our one and only Professor A. Mavanzu Muzuzi, the director of the School of Social Sciences. Dr. Azwi, as affectionately known, she is an esteemed researcher and NRF-rated C2 scholar. He is the former head of research. He was the former head of research office in the College of Human Sciences, former chair of the very department that is leading this celebration today, the Department of Health Studies here at Unisa. Professor Azwi will deliver the welcome address and take us through to the fact that we had to gather here today. Prof. Azwi, this is your time. Please help me welcome Prof. Azwi to the podium.
Ndimachironi. Good morning. I can sit down. That was a royal welcome for everybody. So you may allow me to go back and sit down because my work is done. We are so humbled by your presence here. You are really, really warmly welcome to the University of South Africa. I'm doing this on behalf of our Vice Chancellor, Professor Boleng Linkabula, who could not be with us because of commitment. Then she handed over to our Executive Dean, Professor ZZ Nkosi, Executive Dean of College of Human Sciences. Unfortunately, she cannot be physically here. And because of our nature as College of Humanities, College of Human Sciences, we felt that human touch will be more perfect. That's why they decided to delegate me as a director of School of Social Sciences. The School of Social Sciences is having 7 departments, which is Department of Gender and Sexuality, Department of Social Work, Department of Sociology, Department of Psychology, Department of Health Studies, Department of Developmental Studies, and Political Studies. So when you see people who are here, some of them are from those departments to support you. So I recognize and warmly welcome all our guests. Feel at the University of South Africa, University of the Land. You are home, because if you are in South Africa and you are welcome to the University of the Land, you are at home, and therefore feel at home. I know we are all distinguished guests here, but you know, even when we are all distinguished guests, others are more distinguished than others. So, and among those who are highly distinguished than others, we have our Executive Dean. She's somewhere visual. You'll soon see or hear her, Professor Nkosi. We also have our host, Professor Zuma. So you are more distinguished than others. And fortunately, we also have Professor Matlakala, who is the former COD of the Department of Health Studies. So she's still among us, and some of this event is part of her initiative. So you are distinguished than others. And we're also having Prof. Mabue, who handled the transition for 3 to 4 months as the chair of the department. So that corner is just having the chairs. So that's why we are distinguishing you than others. But apart from you being distinguished than others, there are others who are more distinguished than you. So I want to identify those and acknowledge those who are distinguished. So amongst them, we have Dr. Nyoni, who is World Health Organization African Region Representative, Dr. Matandela, a Government Chief Nursing Officer, Prof. Mchali, Registrar, and Chief Executive Officer of the Nursing Council. With that one, I can say, once more, I'm begging. You know when you are guilty, you always beg so that our things should be in order. Have you seen, I did it once, now I'm doing it again. So take good care of us. We also have Prof. A. van Elva, Chief Executive Officer of Dinosa. Yo, Ufundisa, you know I like Dinosa. Ufundisa, and also Mr. S. Shungwani, Dinosa President and International Council of Nurses Country Representative. Can you see when I say they're distinguished and more distinguished than the more distinguished ones? We also have Dr. A. Van Veerden. The good thing I'm allowed to break people's surname because people are breaking mine, including the program director. So when I've done it wrongly, just know that I'm revenging. Because others have just decided to say, when they judge my surname, they will say Professor Azwi. But with the new COD, it's even worse. You will just say Prof. A. So allow me to break it, and it's intentional, it's revenge. Then we have Prof. Muleki, who is our retiree. She's former head or chair of the School of Department of Health Studies. And after that, she became the director of School of Social Sciences. I'm so grateful for her because when she leaves the chair, I go and sit. And when she leaves again, I go and sit. She left the chair of Department of Health Studies. Then I went there and sit. When it was the hot, I jump off. And then she became a director of School of Social Sciences. When she leave, I occupied that position. So I'm so grateful because you are a way maker or road paver for me. So now when you have retired, I think I'll join you. But don't decide to die because I'm not ready to die soon. But I'm so grateful. We have Prof. S. Muhotlane, who was also a former chair of the Department of Health Studies. Can you see we already have a history? So if among the chairs, they decide to write their stories, we already have a book before involving all the people who have passed through the Department of Health Studies. We also have directors from Unisa. Among us, we have Mr. Heribu Pape, who is a director from the Directorate of Research, Innovation, and Commercialization. We also have, I'm not seeing other directors from the College of Human Sciences, but wherever you are distinguished. We also have Professor Onyancha, who is the head of research for the College of Human Sciences. And we also have CODs from the School of Social Sciences. You heard me mentioning the department. So we have the CODs in this hall. I'm not seeing them, you know, some of them are short like me, but they're here. You are heartily welcomed and recognized. We also have representative from Gauteng Department of Health. We also have retired Unisa staff. I've seen my mentor, Dr. Chauke. I'm not good in teaching and learning. And when I was a COD, she was mentoring me. So we have seen you. We are so grateful. And other people who are there, here, who have been my mentors. I've seen Helian, if I'm not mistaken. I'm so grateful for your mentorship. When I joined here, I was just from clinical setting as an HIV/AIDS coordinator, but they assisted me to settle. So we are so grateful that 50 years of yours have assisted in us being us. And also other university staff from the department. And I've also seen people from SAMS. I'm so happy because we are on uniform. The organizing committee, I wanted us to put on uniform. They refused. So I was putting on the epaulets here and I was told it's not allowed because I felt like if it's a nursing celebration, why not? We should look nurseable. But we are grateful. So why are we here today? People might be surprised with seeing balloons and these, and we are celebrating 50 years of Unisa shaping nurses' future. Because I think if we check, more than 70% of nurses with nursing education, community health nursing, and nursing administration have gone through Unisa. And all other qualifications. Most of us wouldn't have been where we are without Unisa. We would have just ended with our diplomas, diploma in nursing and diploma in midwifery. And that would have been the end of the story. But with the Unisa shaping futures of nurses, we are here because of that. So we just want to celebrate that. And 50 years. 50. You know 50. I was so happy the other time when I went to the department. I found 4 or 5 staff members, academics, who were saying, we have reached our 5th reach. We reach our 50th level. And I look at them, I said, you're born with Unisa. It means now you have all the teething problems should be over when we join the 50th year, because it's 50 now, but we have really reached maturity. They usually say life begins at 40, but I've seen the 40 when we reach it. It was like we're experiencing midlife crisis. Now we've reached 50. We need to settle and move forward. So we just want to celebrate that 50 years of Unisa shaping nurses' future. But apart from that, here we are. I have arrived at 50. Oh, how do we move forward? So we are here, apart from celebration, but need your wisdom to assist us in moving forward, because previously, I don't know where Department of Health Studies or Nursing fell. Then currently, it was falling under the School of Social Sciences. But from next year, when we are moving forward, we'll be under the School of Health Sciences and Medicine, which is a new school. So when we're paving that journey, we need our guidance, your guidance and wisdom, so that coming 50 years, it will be Unisa shaping the futures of nurses. I thank you.
A round of applause again. Professor Alvi says we require guidance and discernment as we take the next step. A round of applause. She says, we are here because we need to move ahead and we require thoughtful and wise decision making. Thank you, Prof. Azwi. Thank you for your wonderful words of welcoming us and letting us know how and why we are here today. At this moment, we are moving forward with our program, and I'm going to request that our team up there, they are prepared to let our, as we introduce our executive dean, to prepare the speech that has to be played. And as we prepare that, let us get our violin gentleman to play us the music, and we hear what the gentleman has to say. A round of applause. We want to dance. We need to celebrate. Let us hear you, gentlemen. As we prepare, we are ready. You want? Katleho, please come over here. Ya busupai supile ma supatzela na disafela kadibus na disafela kadibuse samura komu ditilela ya busupai supile ma supatzela na disafela kadibusa na disafela kadibuse samura. At this moment, I'm going to continue with our program. Distinguished guests, it is my honor to introduce to you Prof. ZZ Nkosi. Prof. Nkosi is the full professor and executive dean of the College of Human Sciences at Unisa. Prof. Nkosi is a fellow of the Global Nurse Leadership Initiative. He is the former member of the Human Science Research Council. He's also supervised more than 25 PhDs and 35 master's students. The passionate of our only an executive dean is about developing young leaders, and I'm a testimony to that. Colleagues, join me as we welcome to hear the speech of our executive director, who is not here with us. And let us then hear what it has for us. I thank you.
Just as we are waiting, my name is Andrew Spama. I am from the Department of Social Work. Now, social work, nursing, health studies, where do they meet? One of the things that we pride ourselves on as the university is collaboration. And we collaborate because we understand that this is a system and everyone has to play their part And that is why I was invited to be part of the program director. So we are still trying to sort out some few things. Russia is not closer to South Africa. So I don't know whether the message got stuck somewhere. It was crossing Europe, but I think it's about to cross to Africa, and they are busy sorting it out. I was also made aware that we've got challenges with water, and that also, I hope that it will be sorted out soon. So please just bear that in mind as you are drinking this water. There's challenges with water, and these things, they go together. But we are here to celebrate. And one of the things that you will appreciate is that celebration is a celebration. I said to you, when assignments are due, when submissions are due, it's a stress. But today, we relax, we celebrate. If we are not singing with our the sounds and other things, we will use our mouths, and we were going to make it fun. All right. As we are finalizing that, I'd like us to do to say that in nursing years, I'm not that good in Zulu, but I will try. Wababiza bonko noha nawe vuline eza gena noha wababiza bonko noha nawe wati nesingiyeza ongena noha Noah gena, zizukulwane zakho. So after 50 years, you must be having some zizukulwane. So go out there and tell them that nursing is alive and doing well.
On behalf of the university management, the Chancellor and the Vice Chancellor, may I take this opportunity to congratulate the Department of Health Studies as they are 50 years old as today. Congratulations, Department of Health Studies. We are proud of you. We are proud of your achievements. The whole continent is aware of this prolific department, which is the Department of Health Studies. Most of the nurses and the midwives who occupy senior position were trained by the University of South Africa. Also using the Odell environment where you can study anywhere in the world. So we were the custodian of so many nurses and midwives who holds higher senior positions. Also, with our collaboration with the World Health Organization as the WHO Collaboration Center, the Department of Health Studies produced a journal. It's still standing, the African Journal of Nursing and Midwifery. It's published by the University of South Africa, and it attracts different articles from different parts of the world. It's still standing strong, and we really appreciate the hard work that is being done by the Department of Health Studies. We've got several collaborations, several footprints that is done internationally. With our regional center in Ethiopia, when you check the students, you find that 80% of the students that are registered in the Department of Health Studies. The supervision is done in the department, and I can tell you now that these students, when they graduate, they get positions to be the heads of the institutions, the heads of the hospitals, and also some are in the university to share the knowledge they've received from the University of South Africa. I really applaud the Department of Health Studies for the good work and the hard work that they do in the continent. I would love to wish the Department of Health Studies, as they have reached 50 years, to say 50 years and beyond, continue to be the best Department of Health Studies in the continent. Now we are moving to the postgraduate diplomas. As you all know, that we are now channeling a different journey now, where we are having our postgraduate diplomas, and then the department is expanding to make sure that even the public health gets the visibility that it needs to get. We are also expanding with the nutrition and also with other programs which the chair of department will share with all of you. The Department of Health Studies is expanding, and also we are also appreciative of the department taking on the catalytic niche area of health and medicine. They are working hard to make sure that it aligns with the catalytic niche areas in the university, as we are mandated to bring health to all the citizens in the country and also in the continent. I wish you all the best, 50 years and beyond. Thank you very much.
A round of applause again. Again and again. Do it as you can, do it the best way you can. Thank you, colleagues. I hand over.
Yeah, my colleague here is trying by all means not to butcher my surname. And she's trying to put it nice, but Prof. Azwe. Now she's scared from nursing to say the Dr. Spa. She's scared to say Dr. Sperma. But you are forgiven. I'll just take it as part of your profession, and we'll be fine. You are forgiven. All right. But we're busy up trying to make sure that we deal with the technology and AI matters. Because AI matters and 50 years can be sometimes challenging. And I heard that AI is coming and so strong and also nursing, but we are more of people with emotion. It's more than administration of medication. It's more of that touch, that smile. And I've realized that the AI smile is a little bit fake. You can fake it, but nursing gives you the real warmth, empathy, where you feel like I will make it and I have to make it. Give yourself a hand for such great position. And online, we've got Dr. Eitere and friends and partners in nursing education. It is really a pleasure for me to introduce to you Dr. Eitere, a doctor of education and Ethiopian Regional Office Coordinator. In her work, she supports students and collaborates with the Department of Health Studies, and also assists with master's and doctoral candidates in public health and nursing. She studied educational psychology for her first and second degree from Addis Ababa University. She did her DED in the field of education management with particular focus on the service quality at Unisa. She was a lecturer in the capacity of assistant professor at the School of Commerce at Addis Ababa University. Worked as a student counselor and as dean of students. She joined Unisa in March 2009 in the capacity of Deputy Director, Student Support. She finds a job inspirational in assisting M&Ds, masters and doctoral students, making contribution to their academic journey. Now, working as a director of Unisa Ethiopia Regional Learning Center, we are delighted, we are happy to make Africa one, to serve humanity, not only in South Africa, but throughout the world. And ladies and gentlemen, today it is that proof that you can join with Dr. Tsere as she's addressing us. Let's give a hand of welcome. Thank you very much. Let's do it better than that. Mifuluru from Venda, Mihulukwani Abapedi, Mihulukwani Abatswana. Akitsiburi ona kwa KZ na. Ai, ke ona. Iona kwa Eastern Cape. Arikwe kama Mpumalanga orna bana ba reng. One of the mistakes that you could make is to think that you are only from South Africa and you might find your family somewhere in one of the African countries. You know, when they said Dr. Tsere, I thought, yeah, they're going to talk to someone from Botswana people. And now there they are in Ethiopia. And you might find that they missed one vowel, you know. You must check it. So let's give a hand of appreciation. But also to appreciate, you know, I was wondering why would they call in? They are reading the CV and I really, but why would they call? Because we've got more students from health studies that are graduating with PhDs, especially from Ethiopia. And for that, we are grateful. Let's give them a hand for that. So if you are a South African and you haven't registered for your master's, you haven't registered for your PhD, you are losing out because health studies are not just here. They're even transitioning to a new department, and you are the right person to register with Unisa. Anyone who says, I'm going to register? Oh, I see that hand. Another hand there. Another hand that side. Oh, another one that side. Prof, we are doing well. More and more registrations are coming our way. We thought to ourselves that, you know, we want to celebrate. And I've realized that these AI machines, they are getting it hard to dance. I don't know whether it's because they're mostly done in the West. We must do the one that can do some Lukompo dance, you know, in South Africa, so that we can make sure that they can dance. So we want to deal with the machines that cannot dance, and after that we'll have, you know. So allow me to introduce our speaker, an advocate for healthcare excellence. She's a technical officer for health workforce at WHO African region, Brazzaville, Congo. She holds a PhD, a Master's of Social Science Nursing, and a Bachelor of Nursing honors. A former associate professor and senior researcher at the University of Free State, a recipient of Sigma Theta Tau 2020 Emerging Nurse Researcher and Scholar Award. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome Dr. C. Nyoni online to address us. Let's welcome her with a warm ululating and let's clap our hands as we welcome her online. Thank you very much. Doctor, you are loud and clear, and Savabia, welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me, and thank you for inviting the World Health Organization Regional Office for Africa to join me in celebrating this major milestone. 50 years of the Unisa Department of Health Studies is not a small victory. It speaks to endurance, it speaks to relevance, and a level of academic discipline that a few institutions managed to sustain over 5 decades. I mean, Unisa has always been a bit of an outlier in the best way. You democratized learning and access to nursing education before the word access became a global slogan. You have built pathways for working nurses, for rural nurses, adult learners, and those with traditional educational routes were simply closed. In doing so, you help shape, refine, redefine who becomes a nurse and what is possible in transforming a profession. You have also been in the forefront in shaping policy dialogues. You have supported evidence-informed decision-making and education practitioners and scholars who carry the Unisa imprint across South Africa and the African region. Your commitment to open, flexible, contextually grounded education has influenced the lives of so many that we can't even count. So this anniversary comes at a time when nursing globally is at the crossroads. The World Health Organization's global strategic directions for nursing and midwifery lay a single truth. If countries want stronger health systems, they must invest in nurses, midwives, and the systems that educate, support, and lead them. This means modernizing curriculum, strengthening regulation, scaling up advanced practice, and ensuring working conditions that allow nurses to strive and not just to merely survive. Over the past years, the WHO African region has taken bold steps in running this region. Just 2 weeks ago, we launched 10 African prototype competence-based curricula and an outcomes for graduate competence frameworks for health professions. And in those curricula, there were specific curricula for advanced midwifery, for emergency nursing, critical care nursing, and pediatric and childhood nursing. In these curricula, we reflect regionally benchmarked competences, clear outcomes, and practical guidance for teaching, facilitation, and assessment. And so this is a major step in harmonizing the quality and the relevance of health professions education and nursing education specifically across our continent. And it is institutions like the Unisa Department of Health Studies that will determine whether this transformation actually succeeds. The shift to competence-based education is not just cosmetic, it requires new facilitation skills, rethinking assessment, building strong clinical partnerships, and ensuring that our graduates are genuinely ready for real service delivery. Unisa, with its experience in open and distance e-learning, research, theory practice integration, is uniquely positioned to adapt, innovate, and lead. Looking forward, the WHO is working on the next generation of standards for health professions education, aiming at strengthening quality, accountability, accreditation, and alignment with health systems needs. We hope these standards will reflect the realities of Africa, and we don't want to borrow them from elsewhere. We want to develop them in Africa, by Africa, for Africans. And we need the Department of Health Studies and Unisa to shape, to test, and help countries implement the standards in the ways that support equity, quality, and relevance. Colleagues, friends, alumni, 50 years is a long time to stay consistent. It's even harder to stay relevant. And the Unisa Department of Health Studies has managed to do both. But the next chapter will demand even more: deeper partnerships with the health systems, deeper partnership with the WHO, digital innovation, stronger postgraduate pathways, expansion of interprofessional education, and a leadership role in advancing competence-based education across Africa. As the WHO, we acknowledge your contribution, your leadership, and your stubborn commitment to making nursing education accessible, rigorous, and impactful. We value your voice in the global forum, your participation in shaping WHO guidance, and your readiness to engage in regional transformation. To the faculty and leadership, keep pushing. To the alumni, keep carrying the Unisa DNA wherever you work. And to the current students, we are studying an institution that has shaped nursing for 5 decades, not only in South Africa, but in the entire continent. Congratulations on this golden anniversary. WHO celebrates with you, honors your legacy, and stands ready to walk with you in the next chapter of excellence. With that, I thank you.
A round of applause again. A round of applause again. You see, when somebody's in Congo Brazzaville, he needs to hear this round of applause, loud and clear. Can we do it once more? I heard Prof. Nyoni saying, there has to be intentional and a stubborn commitment in developing in Africa, by Africans, and for Africans to be a consumable meal across the world. A round of applause. Esteemed colleagues, I'm delighted at the present moment to present to you one of us, someone who mothered many of us. A Unisa alumni and an academic leader, Professor Mary Muleki. Professor Muleki rose to a full professor ranks, and she served as a Department of Health, chair of the Department of Health Studies. Some of us, we arrived during her tenure. And she was a director of the School of Social Sciences, as we heard from Prof. Azwi earlier. Colleagues, she is a rare specimen. She is a rare heart. Post-retired, and she ventured into business. Help me welcome our one and only mother with a big heart. Let us join hands and welcome Prof. Muleki. We have seen the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living, in the time, Prof. Muleki. A round of applause. Another one.
Thank you, Program Director, for the introduction. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Let me take this opportunity to acknowledge the Executive Dean of the College of Human Sciences, Professor Nkosi in absentia, Professor Mabandu Mudusi, the Director of the School of Social Sciences, Professor Zuma, the Chair of the Department of Health Studies, dignitaries present from the World Health Organization, as we have just heard, Dr. Nyoni, Africa Region, South African Nursing Council, Ethiopian Regional Office, Unisa alumni, Government Chief Nursing and Midwifery Officer present, the President of DINOSA, previous heads of department. I see my head of department from Medunsa, and here at Unisa, Professor Muckleneuk. All protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, greetings. You know, yesterday, I listened to a podcast, and this person spoke about Mufasa. I think it's in the Lion Kings, eh? And, you know, after his father died, Mufasa, you know, sort of forgot who he was, because he was a lion, isn't it? But he forgot who he was. He started to relate with all the baboons and everything. He was playing like a baboon and all that. But apparently one day, Mufasa went to drink water. You can go and watch The Lion King. And as he was drinking, he saw the face of his father in the river. But actually, it was not the face of his father. It was himself. But he had forgotten how much he has actually grown because he was just around all the other animals. And he forgot that actually he is a lion. And what happened, apparently, he looked up and he heard his father's voice that you are the king. Okay? What I want to say this morning, as a congratulatory message, I want to remind you, Department of Health Studies, of who you are. You know, sometimes as we go along, we forget who we are. And you know, Dr. Nyoni said a lot of that I want to say to you. You know, when we commemorate a thing, we remind each other of what happened. Where do we come from? Who are we? So that we can plan where are we going for the future. So I take this opportunity, colleagues, to congratulate the Department of Health Studies for 50 years, half a century, of enabling both the privileged and the marginalized an opportunity to enter university and do postgraduate nursing qualifications without consideration of color nor creed. As we all know that in 1975, South Africa was in the throes of apartheid. Blacks were not allowed to enter white universities. For them to do postgraduate diplomas, they had to go to Teflop, the then Teflop, the current University of Limpopo. But we thank visionaries such as Professor Sell, may her soul rest in peace, who saw a need to introduce nursing through a distance education mode so that all nurses can be part of nursing. And as Dr. Nyoni said, actually that this happened, redress happened long before 1994. Colleagues, I want to congratulate the department for the achievement that they had. Let me remind you, as a department, you were once a department of nursing, of advanced nursing science. But because of visionaries such as Professor King, if I remember well, it was during the time of Professor King where we saw that there is a need for growth, there is a potential for growth of this department. And therefore, there was a need for a change in the name of the department so that it does not just remain Department of Nursing, because that would be limiting it only to nurses. And the department changed its name from the Department of Advanced Nursing Science to the Department of Health Studies. And I remember I see Professor Gangalumand was very instrumental in making sure that it becomes health studies so that it can encompass and include all other nurses, all other professional, health professional people. And it is for that reason that the Department of Health Studies now had a Department of Public Health within it. Colleagues, Department of Health Studies, I know that we all know that majority of the nurses, some of us, we would not have entered university, as Professor Azwi already said. The Department of Health Studies gave an opportunity to many of us to have qualifications and postgraduate qualifications. The Department of Health Studies initially, although it started as a nursing postgraduate qualifications in nursing administration, nursing education, and public health, this department did not shy away to venture into other clinical courses. Professor Fikile Mjali, we did venture into clinical courses. This department, we have graduates from who did critical care, who did advanced nursing, advanced midwifery, who did trauma nursing, and later we even had bridging course after a measure. So this department is a department that does not fear to challenge situations. We could have feared that you can't do clinical courses in a distance learning, but it did happen. So this department did have an opportunity to have those clinical courses. And ladies and gentlemen, let me put it to you. Discontinuation of those courses, of those clinical courses, it was not because it was not because they cannot be offered, but we felt as a department at that time that we need to realign, we need to reconfigure, we need to reassess so that we meet all the requirements as we met them. Because, for instance, we even had students from outside the country, and SANC had no jurisdiction for those students. So we had to sit down and say, what do we do? How can we reconfigure? And reconfigurations, colleagues, sometimes it needs you to stop. You don't stop because you cannot do it, but you stop because you want to reflect. And I want to believe the department reflected enough. And Professor Zuma, I think this is the time for the department to look forward to some of these those courses which were there during that time. As Dr. Nyoni said, the footprints of this department are everywhere. In 2009, the Department of Health Studies was accredited as a World Health Collaborating Center, which is a center of excellency for postgraduate nursing, for postgraduate leadership in nursing and midwifery, including research. And since then, this department has been designated. The department has been able to meet the terms of reference that have, and being a WHO collaborating center, it means you are a technical arm that is going to be used by World Health Organization in areas where they need help. Like Dr. Nyoni already said, in the regional of Africa, we were that technical arm as far as postgraduate education, nursing education is concerned. And it is for that reason that this department, I remember very well, Professor Muckleneuk, you were assigned to assist the Lesotho government, the Lesotho nursing education to develop their advanced midwifery education. And I remember Professor Nkosi was also allocated to take care of the Cameroon aspect. He was also at Nomalindi College. Professor the executive dean was responsible for that. So this department's footprint has been everywhere, colleagues. And we congratulate you that you just did not make your mark in the country, locally, nationally, but also in the continent. There is a good footprint of your name as a department. And, we saw Mr. Spur. Actually, the lady from Ethiopia, Tsiri is her name. Her surname is Abera. She is Dr. Abera. So, Dr. Abera, from today we are saying we have a regional office in Ethiopia. This department, Mustafa, this department is the first department here at Unisa to venture in assisting to support students in Ethiopia. That was 2009 when we went there to support students. And today the whole university is having a footprint in Ethiopia. And we have a director and we have a regional office. Congratulations for those achievements. Colleagues, this is a department that believes in collaboration. And this is a department that does not shy away from venturing. This is a department, I was telling my former COD that one thing that I learned from her is, she always said, Mary, all what you can do is to try. All what they can say is to say no. But try if you want to do something. It doesn't matter. If they say no, they say no. That's it. You know, this department, colleagues, ventured, supported nurses in the Lusophone countries and the Francophone countries. In the Lusophone countries, that was Angola. We have our footprint in Angola. I think she might have retired now. The head of the Department of University of Angola, Nursing Department, that cohort was assisted by Unisa. There was a group, Mrs. Stallings was pivotal in that area. They had to go to Angola and teach them as students through an interpreter. And they managed. In Francophone, DRC, we were fortunate that we had one of our colleagues who could speak French. There are reports that the DRC requested from the department and evaluations that they requested, and through that mode, it could be done. So what I want to say, there is nothing that you cannot do if you put your mind in it, colleagues. Colleagues, this department as a collaborating center and as working with all others, we worked with NEPAD, the New Partnership Development, which is a technical arm of AU. We work with NEPAD in the evaluation of the Chenma project, which was conducted by 5 universities here in South Africa. And we were requested by NEPAD to do the evaluation of those programs and how multi-partnership collaboration can work. And if you go into NEPAD's website, you will see the report that the department wrote. And we work with 2 universities from Kenya, Mozambique, DRC, Lubumbashi, Rwanda, and Tanzania. The department's footprints are everywhere, colleagues. In conclusion, colleagues, I want to congratulate the department. You are an excellent department. We have excellency in you. As a director of the School of Social Sciences, it was always a pleasure to have all the reports that are looking at our research output, because Professor Muckleneuk, it taught us that when you support people and when they do well, you pat your shoulders, but it is them who do their work. They work well. You did well. You made us proud as a department of, as a School of Social Sciences. And this department, before I leave, its footprints are felt everywhere. I remember, Dr. Nyoni mentioned the competency-based curriculum of ICU, and Professor Fikile Mtshali was pivotal in us as a WHO collaborating center, coming up with prototype curriculum for undergraduate nursing. And we hosted 13 African countries in validation of that program. Congratulations, you have done well in the past 50 years, and we are looking forward to more in the coming 50 years. I thank you.
A round of applause. Oh, what can we say? Otlotleng, please come closer. We need to dance. We need to dance and be happy and rejoice for what we have just heard. Motho mongwe wa tla re ha ba gole ba buile ga o bue ko morago. Ko gore ha ke bua ka Setswana sa ga rona ga ke tlhole ke itse gore ke bue ke reng. Otlotleng, do us well. Otlotleng, do us well. Atlet gang. Footprints, DNA. You see, we do not fear challenges. We throw ourselves in there. We fly with eagles so that we don't scratch with chickens on the ground. Give yourself a round of applause. The Department of Social Sciences. We continued to be a technical arm over the world. Over to you, my brother. Yes. We are moving towards the middle of our program, colleagues, and I am about to introduce the last speaker before we go for our tea break. Honored guests, please join me in welcoming Colonel Dr. A. Weingaarden. Dr. Weingaarden is a registered professional nurse with neonatal specialty and PhD in nursing education. She is a former nurse educator, an academic head of quality assurance, deputy education manager for research and development. Currently, Colonel Weingaarden and principal of the South African Military Health Service Nursing College. Colleagues, this doctor holds a multiple qualifications, including diplomas in nursing and child nursing, PGD defense studies, BK, MK, and PhD. And I assume all these were done in Unisa. Hey, I'm here to hear that. Ladies and gentlemen, friends and lovers, help me welcome Dr. Colonel Van Gaden. Please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocol observed. So, on behalf of the South African Military Health Service Nursing College, it is with immense pride and joy that we extend our warmest congratulations to Unisa Department of Health Studies on the momentous occasion of your 50th anniversary. Being invited to deliver this congratulatory message is both an honor and a privilege, and we are grateful to share in celebrating this golden milestone with you. For 5 decades, your department has stood as a pillar of academic excellence and innovation. Our affiliation finds its roots when nursing colleges was mandated to partner with universities in order to offer nursing qualifications. In 1985, this journey formally began with our collaboration and affiliation with Unisa Department of Health Studies. Even today, our collaboration continues with strength and purpose, and we look forward to many more years of shared growth and achievement. We are deeply honored to have shared such a long-standing relationship of collaboration and mutual support. Over the years, your invaluable contributions have strengthened our work in many ways. In the moderation of our assessment practices, ensuring the highest standards of quality and integrity, offering capacity development initiatives which have empowered our staff and students to grow in knowledge and skill. Your active participation in our Senate and College Council, where your voices and expertise have enriched our governance and our decision-making. And finally, your guidance in nursing education, providing thought leadership and paving the way forward for the new reforms that will shape the future of our profession. This Golden Jubilee is not only a celebration of your remarkable journey, but also recognition of the profound impact you continue to make in higher education and beyond, and towards SAMS Nursing College in particular. We look forward to strengthening our partnership even further, united in our shared mission to advance health sciences and nursing education for generations to come. With heartfelt congratulations from SAMS Nursing College, I thank you.
A round of applause. You see, we are armed. Unisa is armed. Nobody plays wrong with us. A round of applause. Wow. I am so proud to be here and witness this beautiful day that we had together. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to say thank you and thank you. As we move to the other part of the program, we are now going to break for tea. Please take 25 minutes, have your tea and stretch, and we will be having music as you are dancing. There is also a booth where we take pictures. Please go in and take pictures. We want to have this day as memorable as we can.
And ladies and gentlemen, please be minded that we are online, so smile because the cameras might be. And remember, 50 years from now, your face will be seen by your grandchildren that are inspired by you and the way you are conducting yourself as a nurse. So make sure that the pictures come out as best as you would like to look 50 years from now. Thank you very much.
Smile is the name of the day. Thank you.
said, that's the first thing which we are going to do. Then after all the panelists have presented, then it's going to be our turn. I'm going to open the house. I'm going to open the house to all of us for questions and answers sessions. Then from there, I will be done. I'm going to allow the stage. Then the program director will take over. All right, colleagues, in front of us, You know, I am going to call them, there is no specific order. I will use the program to introduce them. So panelists, my request is that when I introduce you, can you just wave so that the audience can be able to know you? Professor Sophie Mohotlane, former chair of the Department of Unisa. Thank you very much. Professor Sophie Mohotlane, she holds a PhD from the University of KwaZulu-Natal. And as I have said, she was the head of the nursing departments at Medical University of Southern Africa, former Medunsa, which is now Sefako Makhatu Health Sciences University from 1993 to 2002, and the University of South Africa Department of Health Studies from 2003 to 2008. She is the teacher and founder of the honors, master's and doctoral degrees in Medunsa and the pediatric nursing program at the Nursing College in King Edward's Hospital, Durban. She also facilitated the establishment of the speech and hearing department at the then Medunsa. Professor Sophie Mohotlane, she holds numerous titles, including Emeritus Professor and Research Fellow in the College of Human Sciences at the University of South Africa. She was the director of the WHO Collaborating Center in the Department of Health Studies at Unisa, 2003 to 2008, deputy chair for the South African Nursing Council from 2008 to 2013, and a board member of Hospice Palliative Care Association from 2006 until 2016, and member of the Council on Higher Education from 2011 to 2018. Then Deputy Dean for Health Sciences and Nursing at Medunsa. Professor Mohotlane, she's NRF rated, C3. She has retired, of course, in 2028, but after retirement, she didn't just stay. She continued with research activities, supervising master's and doctoral students at Unisa and in the Tshwane University of Technology, Pretoria. She joined SMU still as acting head of department from 2019 to 2021. She's currently, imagine, I have said she has retired in 2008 from Unisa, but currently she is a principal in a private nursing school, Brownback Nurse Education and Training Academy Limited in Pretoria. Then let me go to the next academician, is Professor van der Walt. Thank you. Who's the CEO of Forum of University Nursing Deans in South Africa, which we normally call it Fundisa. Then Professor van der Walt, she told me that she has started her career in 1982 as a mental health nurse, whereafter she specialized in child psychiatric nursing. She joined the University of Pretoria in 2009 as a lecturer in mental health nursing and was promoted to be a professor. Professor van der Walt is an experienced qualitative researcher who supervised 50 master's and doctoral students and published 45 scientific articles. Can you see? A real scholar. She served on the board of Houghton College of Nursing and the Academy of Nursing of South Africa. After her retirement, can you see again? In 2004, Professor van der Walt was appointed as the CEO of Unisa. Imagine, she has retired. But irrespective of being retired, just like Professor Muckleneuk, they are doing something. I am done with Professor van der Walt. Thanks, Prof. Professor Mtshali. Professor Mtshali, she's the CEO of South African Nursing Council. So let's hear about Professor Mtshali. Hear the news, her own contribution, where she is going, from where she is coming. She holds a PhD in nursing from the University of Natal in 2003. She is a holder. She has 4 degrees and 3 diplomas, diploma in operating room nursing, diploma in general nursing, diploma in midwifery. And looking at her degrees, she did also Masters of Nursing in Nursing Education, Honors in Nursing Education, BCare in Nursing Administration, Community Health Nursing, Occupational Health Nursing. She is, of course, a scholar, and she has successfully supervised postgraduate students, 21 PhDs, masters, 34, and also postdoctoral fellows. And currently, she is also still supervising. And she's an external examiner of master's and PhD thesis of the University of Wits, University of Joburg, to name a few, Walter Sisulu. Otherwise, colleagues, they are numerous. They can be more than 10. She has published in peer-reviewed journals 39 articles. She's involved in professional societies, Association of Health Profession Education and Leadership, Academy of Nursing South Africa, African Forum for Research and Education in Health Minister, to name a few. She's got experience in university leadership, academic leader, nursing department, University Senate member, College of Health Sciences rep, Dean of Teaching and Learning, College of Health Sciences, postgrad coordinator, belongs to examination boards, school boards. Yes, Prof. Mtshali, thank you. The other panelist is Dr. M. Matandela. She's the Government Chief Nursing and Midwifery Officer at South African Department of Health. Doctor, thank you. Dr. Miriam Matandela, she is a registered nurse. a registered midwife, and trauma and emergency nurse specialist. She holds comprehensive diplomas, basic diploma, trauma and emergency. She holds B care in health services management, B honors, masters which she obtained in cum laude, and PhD in health studies from Unisa. Dr. Matandela, she won awards too. She won awards in Prakash Valdat primary research locally and even internationally. And she's leading National Nursing Workforce Technical Team that quantified shortage of staff in the country. She's a pioneer of PEPFAR, Funded Nursing Leadership Initiative, that led to the development of National Nursing Leadership Competency Framework, and she's also a ministerial delegate of the 17th Council at SANC, who participates in EXCO, Education and Laws and Practice Committees. Professor Matandela, she has achieved awards international by World International Hospital Federation, and also international awards that led to the development of the South African National Nursing Leadership Competency Framework. Of course, Dr. Matandela, she has published and presented papers. And she has contributed a lot to the profession. In national, African region, and worldwide, her passion is strengthening nursing leadership with an intention to restore nursing back to the basics, of which this is what we need, really. Thank you, Dr. The next panelist is Dr. M. Magwenchu. Dr. Magwenchu Makwale Magwenchu. Yes, she's got academic qualifications. She's got a diploma in general nursing and midwifery, diploma in education, BA care, B care honors, MA care, Doctor of Literature and Philosophy. She also has project management from the University of Witwatersrand. She is also in possession of humanitarian and climate change training, of which nowadays climate change is something which is an in thing. It's a gospel which we are trying to spread. So we will hear during when she is talking. Employment. Her key responsibility is co-facilitation of values clarification for action and transformation on SRHR, policies, safe abortion, post-abortion care, modern contraceptives. And she's facilitating the workshops on SRHR. Senior capacity building advisor also. He conducts training, as she said. He provides virtual and in-person training and design, implements, evaluates, and documents SRHR training programs. She's got partners. We were talking about issues of collaboration. Key partners and SRH training. She's partnering with Oxfam, Department of Health, even other stakeholders like Maristop South Africa, SADC partners and stakeholders, African Ministry, IPAS Global staff. And she has contributed in curriculum development of national framework on SRH And she's coordinating with National Department of Health stakeholder meetings on aligning the national clinical guidelines and implementation. Thank you, Doctor. Mr. Hlongwane is a president of DINOSA, an international council of nurses country representative. Mr. Simon Hlongwane, he is an established global nurse leader based in the Republic of South Africa. Qualification, he is having Global Nurse Leadership Institute program from the International Council of Nurses, a BA in admin, honors degree from the University of Joburg, and he is a nurse having a diploma in nursing, general community and psychiatry, and midwifery from Elastic College. And his experience, he is South Africa's representative at the International Council of Nurses for National Representative. He's also a member of the Board of Commonwealth Nurses and Midwives Federation. He's also a member of the Eastern Central and Southern College of Nurses and Midwives, EXCACON. He's currently serving the third term as the president of DINOSA. And he's a member of COSATU, which we know is the largest union in South Africa, where he holds positions of a convener of the Joint Mandating Committee of the Public Unions. Thank you, Mr. Hlongwane. So that was the last panelist. Now, let me go to the questions. And colleagues, when I'm coming to this session, may you allow me, anyway, we'll be seated. I'll also join them. My chair is there. I'll join them when I am going to now ask questions from them. Okay. The first question is, I'm posing this question to you, Professor Muckleneuk. You have served as an academician, as well as head of nursing department in various institutions of higher education. What would be your advice to Unisa management and staff as they prepare for the 50 years in nursing education and research? The competition of offering open access. Unisa as an institution has lost the monopoly they have increased their numbers in admissions. And secondly, the advent of COVID-19 has also brought its way with us. Therefore, the digital presentation that Unisa was the champion of is no longer the champion of work. The residential universities are giving lots of competition in that. Also, the neighboring countries that we used to recruit from have now decided that they rather consult. They get a consultant, and the consultant goes to the country, and at the country, the consultant will be able to get a lot of students in one city. And in that way, they can say, rather than come distance and not meet with this doesn't mean we have to look at what we are going to do going forward in the coming years. First and foremost, I will actually request the department to maintain the mandate of looking at the postgraduate program. Strengthen that. Strengthen the mandate of postgraduate studies. Because that is your strength. Sorry, Prof. Can I interject? The lady and the gentleman who were here, they are technology people. So they say we rather just come here because of the issue of technology. Apparently we are on YouTube, and apology for that, Prof. Thank you.
Okay, what I was just saying is that as an institution, our mandate is on distance learning, right? And therefore, going forward in the coming 50 years, we must keep to our lane and let's maintain our mandate of looking after the postgraduate students. We will have a problem, as I have said already, that the residential universities are giving us, I still count myself as a Unisa person, are giving us a competition which we would want to win at the end of everything. So let's keep to our lane. Let's look at the postgraduate education, right? And strengthen that and make our comprehensive e-learning, open education, distance learning very strong. Secondly, the department needs to strengthen its research capacity, and it needs to strengthen its collaborative research. The staff people, Professor Zuma, must try and have collaborative research, not individual research. From history, we know that Unisa was leading in scholarship. if you wanted to write, if you wanted accreditation with NRF, you had to come to Unisa. It was very difficult to do that from the residential universities. Let's see Unisa going forward, recalibrating that effort of collaborative research, writing programs, writing grants as an institution, writing books. From where I come from, the nursing books were written by Unisa people, and we all wanted to come into Unisa at that time so that we can experience the writing. Right now, because we are all here at Unisa now, we are able to write, and we're giving you people the competition that you should be leading. So, going forward, keep to your lane. Do postgraduate programs because Unisa is good at that, and strengthen that. Talk to Prof. Mujali there at the Nursing Council, because they also are the people who are, Prof. Mujali, I'm sorry to put you in the spotlight. You know, Nursing Council determines the number of students that you can have. That is why I'm saying, and they base that on the clinical facilities or the permissions that you would get and all those things. Talk to her and make her be part of your movement forward, to say to her, we are open access, distance learning. We cannot, therefore, just be satisfied with 50 learners for nursing education. We need nurse educators. The nurse educators that we are having now are gradually fading off, you know, to the point of death. All right? I'm one of them. Okay. So I'm just about to die, you know. I'm at that stage now where I can wake up one day and it won't be a surprise that I am no more. Okay. So talk to her so that she can assist you to recruit once more. Not only in Africa, not only in SADC, but countrywide as we used to. Now I'm sure that you are having less and less of students from the States, from Europe, from Asia, which used to be the students that are here at Unisa. I remember, I think it was in 2006, I can see Ms. Charlings there. We went to meet with the collaborators in Dubai. And when we got there, we found it was an education expo, and Unisa was there because it was an education expo to facilitate collaborations. We came back and we agreed that we are no longer going to get students. They will be going to Australia. They will be going back to the States. They will be going everywhere because the digital presentations were just fantastic. And we knew that unless Unisa, you know, revisits its action, its act, we are going to be in trouble. So look at the stats. See how many students used to be at Unisa and try and reach that number and beyond. Okay. And look at the, right now, the residential universities are putting up strengths in R171, R174, put up your postgraduate programs, right? And emphasize the fact that to the employers that they can come and study at Unisa and remain at work and finish within the stipulated times. My last point is also on involvement of your stakeholders, which are the colleges. It's no longer a requirement now that colleges should be affiliated to universities. So you will lose that collaborative factor. So let's look at the meaning of collaboration and affiliation. And let's change that relationship of affiliation and make it collaboration and keep these colleges, because they are the ones that you will be developing researchers on. They are the ones that you will be developing leaders from, and they are the ones that will be feeding you with the R174s and the R171. I think that is my advice to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Meaning our arrangement is going to somehow change because of the issue which was indicated about technology, that the panelists cannot talk when they are seated with the mic. So meaning that in this case, I am suggesting, because the panel may have some questions to ask, rather than the panel to come here and go back. Kabelo, where is Kabelo? Or Ofa. Now, are they not supposed to use the mics in front of them? So,
No, they can, but if it's longer, then you would ask them, they can speak for them.
okay.
It becomes insult when they are using that microphone. But if it's just a short question,
Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. Okay, my dear panelists, the technology thing has been resolved. They say we can talk, as we have heard, from our mics, but if we talk longer, we are to come here to the podium. So, Prof. Muckleneuk, thank you very much. You have really enlightened us about even the issue of strengthening postgraduate qualifications. You have advised us that we must collaborate and we must know the difference between collaboration and affiliation. And Unisa, we must be aware that we are having competitors out there. We must watch out that there are competitors. So that is what I have picked up on, of which I think we'll take care of that. My colleagues here, I wonder if you do have any addition, any suggestions, any to say based on a Prof's presentation, answering, response. Or Prof. Mchali?
In a positive way. One of the problems like of Muckleneuk is the South African Nursing Council. And I just want to appreciate the advocacy role she's playing for the profession. Because in all the platforms where we are, if we have an opportunity, we have to advocate for the profession. she indicated the issue of the numbers that are given to the national education institutions. And from my side, I want to encourage all of us to conduct research that will assist the Nursing Council in making evidence-informed decisions. Because then we are able to respond to some of the challenges because there is evidence before us. And the Nursing Council, I just want to report that the Nursing Council currently is establishing the research unit, and they are accrediting the specialist research or researcher with the intention of conducting all this kind of research, so that the decisions that are made informed by evidence. And I want to encourage all the researchers to work with the Nursing Council as we are establishing this unit and take up all these questions that are raised by the profession and work together and come up with solutions. That is what I want to say.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. And Prof, thank you for making us aware about the issue of advocacy. You know, this advocacy role, what I've noted is that it's dying also in the clinical area. It's dying in the clinical area. I remember last time Colonel Van Veenhader invited me to give a congratulatory message to the students during their ceremony. That's what I have emphasized. I have emphasized that they must go and resuscitate the advocacy role, which we have observed is dying in a clinical area. So I've noted also here, even in the academic, that it seems we are sort of slowly dying. So we'll try to activate, to resuscitate. Thank you, Prof. Colleagues, other addition? Okay. If we are fine, can I go to the next question? Prof. Van der Walt, I'm directing this question to you. I wrote them down, all of you. I wrote some questions which suits after receiving your CVs, questions related which matches with your CVs. Prof, Unisa is the only member of Fundisa which focuses primarily on postgraduate nursing education. What would be the suggested priorities that Unisa should focus on the next 5 years in advancing nursing scholarship? Thank you. The floor is yours, Prof.
Good morning, and all protocol observe, all the esteemed guests that present here. While I was listening to everything, I was actually regretting that I never had the opportunity to study at Unisa. Do you have post-retirement courses that I can quickly do? Yeah, so my question is then about advancing nursing scholarship in the next 50 years. That was a difficult one because it's very difficult. If you come from 50 years now, you must predict for 50 years. I had to consult AI, but I added my own ideas as well. So the first thing is to foster an inclusive culture of scholarship. So we all know what scholarship is all about. I can just remind us about Boyer's model that's saying that we should focus on discovery, research, integration, and that is interpreting findings across disciplines. I will say more about the interprofessional learning. Then application, translating that knowledge into practice for patient outcomes that we are all here for. And then the teaching part, the mentoring and the knowledge transfer. So academic leaders and supervisors and lecturers should promote a culture where postgraduate students are encouraged to question traditional practices and to use evidence-based practice. We all know that, but there's still a lot of work that need to be done. Then with regards to interprofessional modules and research projects, I was thinking when I was sitting here this morning, how will Unisa do interprofessional modules? I looked at that School of Social Science, and then I heard Department of Sociology, and something that I read this week reflected. I read research where a healthcare student actually said, I learned the most about cultural competency in the sociology module that I attended. So that was a surprise to me. We don't always know and are aware of what is embedded in the other modules that students actually benefit from. And maybe we don't research that enough so that we actually know what's the benefits of this interprofessional learning. Then the second one is to bridge the academic practice gap. I know that's old news, but there's still a gap, believe me. All the research that you read, students that's studying, they're telling you there's a gap. And it is in undergraduate as well as postgraduate research. So we need collaborative partnerships, and Prof. Muckleneuk also mentioned that. And I had the honor of attending with Unisa Nursing Academics a workshop where they're already engaging with various clinical healthcare providers for research and empowerment projects. So we need more of that. Then encourage clinical nurses to engage in scholarly activities in their practice areas. We're also working on that. And then the third thing is implementation research. It's so important, and we don't see enough of that. It's so easy to fall back as a supervisor in your pattern and what you know about research and the same method. And implementation research is not easy, and it also takes time, but it considers the specific context in which interventions are applied, recognizing that different settings may require tailored approaches, and it looks at the barriers and the facilitators and the ways in which we can help nurses to implement the research. There's also the revival of the advanced practice nursing that can also benefit practice. There's a lot to say about that. I will not go into detail. I can just say the advanced practice nursing course that I did changed my life forever, my career and my life. I was a different person after those 2 years. Then we need to address the barriers to scholarship. And we are all aware of that, and a lot more need to be done. There's lack of managerial and educational support and funding for practice nurses. Sometimes nurses come to the university, study at Unisa, do the master's, do the PhD, but when back in practice, we don't actually see the implementation of the research and a persistence to follow evidence-based practice. And it's because of the barriers. When you're no longer a student, you don't have access to all the databases. And when you want to publish, there's the challenge of article processing fees. So how can we advocate for nursing practice and nursing education to assist in that regard and to create the opportunities? Also, formal mentoring programs. Are you as a supervisor still willing to mentor a student who've completed? I've got a very persistent student. She completed her PhD and she's contact me consistently every month to hear when we're going to write our next article. And at times I was thinking, must I still help you? And then I was thinking about that. Maybe she's viewing me as a mentor, and it's a great opportunity for me to carry on with that and still assist her. Then there's the enhanced education and professional development that we're all doing. But here we need to advocate more. An interesting thing that I read, advocate for entry-level nursing qualifications to be at the bachelor's degree level, as the degree-prepared nurses demonstrate better critical thinking, problem-solving, and patient outcomes. So we did the right thing, the Nursing Council and the Department of Health, and all that persistence with the graduate nurses as professional nurses. It took a lot of time. There was a lot of obstacles, but we're in the right direction. And then foster an environment that supports continuous professional growth for lifelong learning, so that nurses can persist with scholarly development. And then the contemporary healthcare challenges, that's the last one I will touch on, that we must be dynamic as academics, and that we must keep ourselves updated with current and emergent global issues. And the biggest one that we all sometimes fear and know about is the technology, the integration of technology. At first, we thought, how will we overcome the obstacles with AI when students have to do an assignment and they ask AI to do the assignment? Now we know that we can tell them, okay, go do your assignment on AI, or use one of the programs, use another one. Then you compare the two and you reflect on that and write an assignment on how that will affect your practice. How will you implement that? So what? What will you do with that? So we're learning to understand how we must use AI in our teaching and learning. And then empower postgraduate students to use their generated knowledge and evidence to inform and influence healthcare policy type. It's a research on its own to influence policy. And then the last one I will mention, someone mentioned it just now, climate change. I just want to use an example. One of the PhD nurses wanted a research proposal is about climate change. And in one of the academic committees, there was a big struggle to get it approved, because some of the interprofessional members said, that's not a nursing topic. You cannot do climate change. And it really was a struggle to get that proposal approved. Nurses can do anything. They can do climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. I am continuing. Maybe even our colleagues can hold on the questions during the general one, during the general, because of the issue of time. The next speaker, Prof. Mtshali, this is your turn now to the platform. My question for you is, as a seasoned academician, head of nursing department, regulator, and international scholar, what would be your recommendations towards positioning Unisa as a leading provider of postgraduate nursing education in South Africa and Africa for the next 50 years?
Thank you, Prof, for the good introduction. And I picked up from your introductions that they were quite detailed. And I assumed the intention was to motivate, because we develop ourselves through motivation by others. So thank you very much for the introductions. And I just want to start with a disclaimer that I'm a Unisa graduate. The undergraduate qualification I obtained from Unisa, as well as the honors degree. So thank you very much. And we appreciate the Unisa vision of widening access to all the nurses, widening access to education for all the nurses across the country and in the region. And I remember when I started studying, I was in deep rural areas, but I was able then to study and work in those remote areas where there was no access to nursing education. So thank you very much. Earlier on, Prof. Nyoni from WHO summarized strategic opportunities that will make nursing department a leading provider in the next 50 years. And then he just touched on a number of policy directives from the region side. And therefore, as I was thinking about his speech, then what came to mind is that Unisa, maybe if they can think of innovations in nursing education programs and ensure that they have a unique angle in providing open distance learning within the space. And also focus on producing and supporting innovations in clinical nursing practice, because that is where we are lacking. We only leave the nurses with the basic qualifications in the clinical settings. And if we can strengthen the clinical research and PhDs that will focus on clinical research, and then maintain them in the healthcare system to improve the performance of the system. And also conducting cutting edge research for evidence-based decision-making. Starting from wherever you are based, you conduct research, or your students, wherever they are based, they have to conduct research that is from their practice areas. And then they have to publish that work so that it's used to improve the performance of the whole healthcare system. And it's also encouraging them and training them to really look at the problems that are presenting in the clinical settings differently and come up with solutions that are informed by research. And the issue of strategic collaborations has been touched on, and also the importance of strengthening recognition of Unisa as an institution of choice. As I indicated earlier that I did not have an option, but Unisa was the only option. Now it has to be an institution of choice against all the platforms that are available. Then I thought of another thing. In positioning itself as a leading provider of postgraduate nursing education programs in South Africa and beyond, Unisa must have a clearly defined strategy that feeds into the nursing and midwifery strategic policy frameworks, including related health policy frameworks in the country and in the region. And then the nursing department or the Department of Health Sciences must take cognizance that the programs are feeding into the needs of the healthcare system. The education institutions exist so as to support the healthcare system. Then our programs should really talk to that. And that is why I'm referring then Unisa to the policy documents to consider. And the WHO, in the words of WHO says delivering the quality functions as the healthcare system is impossible without a well-trained, suitable, qualified, and competent nursing and midwifery workforce. Quality health services begin with quality education, and this should be the driving force behind all the programs at Unisa moving forward. And then consider building on the strengths of being one of the only 4 WHO collaborating centers in the region, only 4, the whole region with so many countries. And South Africa has had an opportunity of having 2 WHO collaborating centers. The other one is in Malawi and the other one is in Botswana. And we are all from the SADC region, which means then as Unisa, you were doing far better then, and you still have an opportunity to improve on that. And then I think Mr. Prof. Muckleneuk touched on what does it mean to be a collaborating center. It's the recognition by WHO as one of the centers of excellence to serve as their technical arm in implementing their agenda. And so we have to fight for Unisa to remain one of the WHO collaborating center. And I was just thinking of 1 or 2 projects that were done by Unisa that are really making a great impact. One of them, the WHO Collaborating Center, worked and led the process of developing competency-based prototype curricula for the region. And in the 2022-2023 State of Nursing report in the region, it shows that those programs, competency-based programs, prototype programs, have now been adopted by 32 countries, which is saying the impact of the work that you are doing is felt in other countries as well. So continue doing that work. Then another point I thought of is that maybe building on the strength of the WHO Collaborating Center, also consider having a research chair in the department, because that is where you'll have clear research strategy in the institution, and the research that will be able to support then all the nurses in the country and in the region to make a difference wherever they are. And that will be an opportunity to also identify opportunities for cutting edge research and for the funding opportunities, because in most cases, when it comes to us as nurses, we are not very strong in attracting grants or motivating for grants. So if you can consider then having a research chair who will lead that process and also provide support to all the educators or the lecturers in the department and then students that are coming into the program. And having then streamlined research niche areas, which will then, the students, if they conduct research, it should be maybe within a specific area that is led by a recognized researcher in the field. In that way, we are then strengthening that research area and generating also evidence from the country and best practices and sharing them with the world. And then they will have to learn from us or through us, through Unisa. And then I also thought of producing specialist nurses for the country and the region in the context of universal health coverage. This requires good investment in the nursing department and in innovative ways of teaching. Unisa is well positioned to produce large numbers of specialist nurses in the country and beyond, especially through the non-clinical specializations, the nursing education, the nursing administration and all. And then if you can maybe also capitalize on those programs and then support the regulatory bodies in developing the accreditation standards for distance learning programs, because we cannot use the same standards like the face-to-face and nursing education institutions. It can be maybe the next assignment for Unisa to say, we are advocating for open distance learning institutions, and we are willing to support Nursing Council in developing the standards, because you are better positioned in that area and experienced. And we are all co-learners in these spaces, and we listen to others. And then also the importance of producing specialist nurses in clinical areas. Prof. Moleko touched on critical care nursing. What are the other opportune areas that could be of interest to the stakeholders or to the country and external the country? And I'm looking at the country currently is offering postgraduate specialist programs at postgraduate level. But when you are looking at the ICN competencies, I mean ICN, APN, Advanced Practice Nursing Framework or guidelines, they talk about the specialists produced at master's level. Well, then what will that mean to Unisa and other NEIs in the country? It's using the postgraduate as an entry level and then developing the master's level to be aligned then to the ICN standards. And they are very clear, there are 4 pillars for a nurse to be recognized as a specialist globally. And if then Unisa can look at those areas to say, okay, now in working on the postgraduate programs and the master's programs, how do we then address those 4 critical pillars to produce a specialist who is comparable internationally? And then also preparing nurses for private practice in the context of NHI implementation. the question is, what role can be played by Unisa to ensure that the nurses in private practice or those moving to private practice succeed, especially in the business side of their private practice? We see a lot of private practices doing well, but then they don't do well when it comes to the business aspect of it. What are the opportunities there? Maybe Unisa, if they can do some gap analysis research to establish the gaps in terms of the competencies of those nurses in private practice, and maybe partner with the business, school of business or other schools where then they can have the short programs that will equip then the nurses in terms of the entrepreneurship side and the business side of having a private practice. And when you look at the UK model, the nurses, the NHI model, the nurses are the ones that are mostly used, the private practice nurses, because they're of the better quality that is provided by the nurse practitioners, as well as the affordability of those services. And they are accessible even in remote and rural areas. So Unisa, if they can also just look at that opportunity. Then we are sitting at the space where all health systems in the region and in the country are digitizing all their healthcare systems, they are digitizing their systems, and they are embracing technologies in nursing education, training, and practice. And then what are the opportunities also that are available there? And for example, we are now talking about electronic health records, telehealth technologies, digital platforms of patient education, and a lot of AI-powered diagnostic tools. And the nurses, the specialist nurses in private practice, they will be using all these tools. Then what is the role that can be played by Unisa in such? And then there's changes in the healthcare system. They are demanding nurses to acquire necessary digital skills for effective practice and learning to ensure that patients receive optimal care in the digital first world. The nursing education programs where you are producing nurse educators, you need to look at now considering the technological aspect of it as the healthcare systems are digitizing. What are the new skills, digital skills that are required from the nurses? And then in your specialist programs, how can we integrate some of those? In the undergraduate programs, how can we also integrate some of the digital skills that are required? And then the last one, which is challenged, consider in investing in virtual simulation. As the landscape of nursing education continues to evolve, programs are under pressure to meet complex demands, preparing students for real-world practice, navigating limited access to clinical sites, adapting competency-based models, and managing tight budgets. It's the reality that we are facing today. So what are the Unisa, maybe if they can also explore the opportunity of investing in virtual simulation and conduct research that will convince the regulators that this platform is critical as we are now digitizing the systems and even moving to the AI tools. So that is the last part I wanted to indicate because of the time. So in conclusion, I want to wish Unisa well. You are well positioned to influence the landscape of nursing in the country and in the region and globally. Thank you.
representative on World Health Organization for the country on nursing matters. How can Unisa contribute towards creation of a safe practice environment and facilitation of nursing education?
Thank you very much, Prof. The fact that I knew the question, so I was ready to respond, especially that the two professors took a lot of my points. And it should be known that I am a former student of this university. So this university, when it looks at clinical practice, it should know that it is having effective footprints of a nursing service. For Unisa, moving forward to a therapeutic clinical nursing environment, I need to start with the fact that I fully support that Unisa should explore the clinical specialist programs. That is very, very critical. And what would make that easier, it's a collaborative approach with GCON. It will be critical that Unisa and GCON engage in terms of their collaborative approach so that looking at the capacity of this university in terms of, there's an echo, in terms of capacity with regard to practice environment, with regard to education skills and competencies, that they work together in terms of developing a kind of a clinical nurse that is not going to only have expertise in terms of clinical care, but that will also have expertise in research. We are losing a lot of people that are having masters and PhD to higher education. NISA needs to find a way of retaining those people in clinical care because this is where we need them. If this country wants to see reduction in litigation, improved patient outcomes, is when UNISA contributes effectively in terms of ensuring that the cadre of nurse specialists that are developed are the ones that will remain in the clinical practice. Secondly, we also need UNISA to ensure that, to help us in terms of workforce planning. One thing that is making the department not to achieve the issues around staffing norms is because there is no evidence-based quantitative study that has looked at the number of nurses that we have, the variables that will refer to patient acuity levels, to type of units that are there, so that when the department takes a way forward, a decision in terms of provision of adequate, competent, skilled nurse practitioners that meet the current needs and the future needs of the profession, that should be based on evidence. I therefore request UNISA, even if it will be through your students, that a major quantitative study is done for nurses, because that study will be a contributing factor in terms of planning workforce for this country. In the clinical areas where you place your students, the support that we will need is to ensure that you support us towards the establishment and maintenance of clinical education and training units. Because if in our platforms we are having ideal equipment, ideal skills, ideal support, we will be able to release the kind of the nurse that we are looking for. Dr. Mjali talked to the implementation of universal health coverage through the national health insurance. It is very critical, colleagues, that when curriculums are developed, they look at current disease profile, they look at what systems are there that we need to contribute to. It is very, very critical that when we develop a nurse that will understand health systems, that will understand financial management. I usually say to people, we are having a course, financial management for non-financial managers. And when colleagues get to those classes, all that they are given are the examples of basic finance. We need to be having modules that empower an operational manager on how to manage finance, on how to run a unit, because a well-run unit will create a safe and a therapeutic environment. One of the reasons why we will be having statements that are saying nursing is deteriorating and all that is because the very environment is not welcoming for a young professional. So we need universities like Unisa that will empower the people that are at service delivery to align with the current developments so that nursing can be attractive in terms of people that are interested in nursing. Therefore, I am pleading with Unisa that when it comes to clinical areas where you are placing your students, can we ensure that such an environment is critical? Implementation or operational research came out strongly at this platform. In Gauteng and at the National Department of Health, we are having directorates that are dealing with compliance and research. My request would then be, can Unisa provide a supportive role in terms of those two offices so that the work that is done through this university can see its fruition on the ground? There's a lot of research that has been done by this university, and the challenge is when it comes to implementation, there are no relevant platforms that are enabling that, and probably that can be because of the lack of skill or lack of capacity in those particular units. As I close, I need to appreciate the fact that already Unisa is having collaborative activities in terms of nursing practice. I know that there is a collaboration with Tembisa that dealt with nursing practice, and we highly appreciate those, as well as nursing education that is working with KZN. We would request Prof. Zuma and Prof. Matlakala that those should be maintained, and you should also explore other areas that can be looked into. So from the National Department of Health, as the country's chief nursing officer, one is saying we need to be ensuring that as Unisa, our voice is heard in strategic documents. We are in the final year of our nursing strategy review, and we have of the nursing strategy implementation. We've reviewed the strategy on the 18th and 19th, and when we reviewed the strategy, we identified 5 areas, but 3 are applicable to education. 1 is nursing education, 2 is nursing training, 3 is nursing research. Our plea would be then, when we develop this nursing strategy, can we then have an input from Unisa when we request a representative to be part of the technical working team? Can we be allowed that opportunity so that the inputs that will come from this university can then be included there? We are expected to be affiliating and participating in African region as well as globally. My plea would then be, this university is having a lot of students that are doing good research. Can we see them? Can we see their work in the conferences at ICN? Can we see their work in other global, even within the World Health Organization, so that as this country writes a South African nursing chapter within the world, such work can be seen. And data availability, it becomes a serious challenge for the National Department of Health because of lack of systems that are there. But our universities are advanced in terms of IT and all those. Can we then, as the nursing profession, be seen as a profession that is able to work collaboratively in order to ensure that when we write a chapter at any given point, we are able to stand and say, this is the accurate data of our country. This is the contribution that we have done in our country. We have contributed in terms of the competencies as highlighted in the World Health Organization. Can we keep on, colleagues, making that and ensuring that we release a type of a nurse that will be proud of when we retire, that will be taken care of. I'll never go down from a podium without talking to the importance of having effective nurse leaders that will be able and be resilient to function at any given platform. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doctor. Can I give the next speaker a platform, this mic, Dr. Muckleneuk, Unisa alumni and independent consultant, to take over.
Thank you so much for inviting me. I'm delighted to be here as a Unisa alumni. I carry the DNA with pride and hopefully impact positively in any interaction that I find myself in. Now, my question is,
your question is, I've put them nicely here. Your question is, you are our alumni and an independent consultant who has engaged at local and global arena on priority health programs. What role can Unisa play to advance priority health programs and women's health in particular?
Thank you for clarifying the question. I am now going to focus on the role that Unisa can play with regard to SRH and R, especially women health programs. Unisa's programs must continue to align their programs with National Department of Health priorities. The question that I'm supposed to respond to include global, but I'm going to focus on local for now, even though we are aware that Unisa has footprints in the whole world. So these are the following priorities for the National Department of Health. One of them being maternal health. The second one being non-communicable diseases like cancer, high blood pressure, and diabetes. The next one is communicable diseases, HIV and tuberculosis, which is followed by the gender-based violence and femicide that has been declared by President, what's the name of our president? Just to make sure that you are here. GBV. Okay, what did he say about GBV now that you know him? Yeah, GBV is a national disaster. And if it's a national disaster, we as Unisa has to focus on the needs on the ground. And this is one of the needs. Are our programs including gender-based violence and femicide? It also looks, one of the other programs are road safety, immunization, WASH, that I'm not going to focus on for now, but I'm going to bring you to request you to know that these programs these priorities don't stand in isolation. There are cross-cutting issues. And one of the cross-cutting issues that we need to be aware of is what is called a values clarification for action and transformation. Can I just pause and see by show of hands, those of you who have had a privilege and an opportunity of attending a VCAT, and I said VCAT is Values Clarification for Action and Transformation workshops, by show of hands. So now you see it's a low-hanging fruit. So we need to come up as Unisa and use this VCAT. You may ask, what is the VCAT for? The VCAT is a curriculum that is designed to support groups in examining the individual and collective values and actions related to sexual and reproductive health and rights. Because if our values are not clarified, how are we then going to support the priorities of the National Department of Health? How are we going to support this individual with GBV and not judge that individual? How are we going to support an individual who requests termination of pregnancy? And if ever termination of pregnancy is against your values, how then are you going to deliver quality care and make sure that the client, the patient outcomes are in order? Now, another cross-cutting issue is mental health. We are happy in our midst that we have a president of the South Africa Federation of Mental Health. Please wave wherever you are, Professor Mukoboto Zwani, so that we know who we have in our midst. Mental health, we all know. Do I even have to talk about mental health? No, because it cuts across all these programs. How far are we in our programs to implement mental health for women, girls, and all individuals to make sure that their mental health is taken care of? I'm happy that we have another low-hanging fruit. You mentioned the fact that climate change, your student, what happened? Perfect. We're at Unisa now. We are at Unisa, and Unisa is taking notes that it was a struggle to accept this proposal. And can I just remind you that you remember the devastating floods in KZN? What impact did they have on health? What impact did they have on SRH&R? And we remember that women, girls, and other individuals could not access the health facilities. So what are we doing? Is our curriculum at Unisa taking note of that on how to deal with these managers, these trainers, these community health providers that we are training? Can come up with strategies on how to deal with climate change. We are here leaving no one behind. No one behind across the life cycle of each one life cycle. And I'm just looking around and thinking, person with disabilities have to be included in all the programs. And Prof. Maboe, I don't know, I'm just looking around. Is there anyone with a disability in this room?
Maybe she can raise her hand or his hand.
Okay. If no one is raising his or her hand, she did. Oh, where? Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for, let's give a huge round of applause. That's what we mean by inclusivity. That our programs should focus on inclusivity. That all of us, thanks, Prof, I wasn't aware, that all of us should be included and our voices should be heard. So I'm going to give you just an example. A lot of discussions went into policies. That the National Department of Health has several policies, and one of them being the National Integrated SRH and Policy Guidelines. And these guidelines, one of the objectives of the guidelines is that it pursues stakeholder alignment. So my previous colleagues, panelists have also mentioned the importance of aligning with the priorities and the policies. So are we taking note of this integrated SRH and R policy? One of the policies that I also would like to bring to our attention as we, as Unisa, think of aligning our programs is the National Clinical Guidelines for the implementation of the Choice on Termination of Pregnancy Act. I will pause and just remind ourselves that NDOH, which is National Department of Health, WHO and IPAS, it's an organization that I used to work for, are now aligning these guidelines to the World Health Organization abortion care guidelines. So there is alignment. You will be made aware as soon as the process is completed. We also have the contraceptive guidelines policies. And this, by the way, is the modern contraceptives that we are referring to. If we talk about the outcomes from maternal health, how many women and girls are still not having access to contraceptives? If we're talking about meeting the needs of the individuals, then the contraceptives should be available and accessible for those that are in need of using them, have access to them. I'm looking now at what did the National Health do with all these policies? How are they then bringing them to fruition on the ground? The National Department of Health, in collaboration with other like-minded organizations, have developed an SRH and R integrated, comprehensive, 14-module accredited curriculum. And this curriculum is housed on Knowledge Hub. I guess Prof did mention the fact that there are various institutions that are competing with Unisa with regard to provision of hybrid models of education. So there's Knowledge Hub. So these providers that are being trained on SRH and R can access this integrated curriculum on Knowledge Hub. So you as Unisa, or we as Unisa, can look into that as well. So who are these curriculum talking to apart from providers? The managers that you are training, the public health specialists that you are training as Unisa, have to talk ultimately to community health workers and health promoters. Remember, the end users of all these discussions that we're having, the end user is the what? Who's the end user? The client. It's up from us to the client. So the client has to have information that is evidence-based, that is accessible to them, delivered by community health workers and health promoters. As one of the speakers, or most of the speakers did indicate about technology, I'm reminded of the fact that as one of the last speakers, I can safely say, Kila Meleo. Embracing technology. A lot has been said about embracing technology. A lot has also been said about artificial intelligence. I'm saying Kila Meleo. So in conclusion, Unisa as a thought leader, having effective footprints right through the world, can use all the resources that we have in this room and outside this room to make sure that the programs are meeting the needs of the people on the ground. And on that note, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, colleague. Thank you very much. Without any waste of time, can I request Mr. Hlongwane, President of Dinosa? Here is your question, sir. From a National Nursing Association perspective, how can universities in particular, departments of nursing education advance the health transformation agenda and position South Africa and Africa as a valuable contributor at an ICN, ESCACON, BRICS, and Commonwealth? I will ask Dr. Olaine. I'll ask Dr. Olaine to stand for me just for a minute. I'll come back. Oh, you need a podium. Oh, that's fine. Thanks.
I really thought I need to save her from the conundrum of having to sit for a long time. So I thought, let me stand here. But also when I'm standing, maybe my feet will be tired before I talk too long. So I can sit down quite quickly. Greetings everyone, for those who are online and those who are in this room. And I wish to stand on the protocol of those who stood before me and say all protocol observed. So I don't have to, we're Africans, so you can't talk to people before you greet them. So it's just a process that we follow. I need to start with a disclaimer, probably, which is probably related or unrelated. Obviously, if you don't know where you come from, you cannot pride yourselves that you would define the future. I stand here as the 4th president of Unisa, an organization that has the founding president, Professor Nzimande, as an alumni of University of South Africa. She graduated a PhD as the first Black nurses in our country in 1984 to obtain a PhD at Unisa. And I wish to say that, having listened to many, I want to talk to the advanced practice nurse that we're going to have, and the nursing council that is going to create a role or a register for the role for the specialist nurses. Those nurses will come from among ourselves. And as they are registered by the nursing council, what Unisa is initiating is that we should have, and we're starting a research excellence award named after Professor Nzimande, our founding president. It is our hope that Unisa will provide many scholars with groundbreaking research to compete for that award. It will be a prestigious award because we want a research that will bring change in the health system in our country. As a result, the first challenge that you have is to make sure that that research award goes to a student or anybody from Unisa who will be able to demonstrate that. And we're not going to adjudicate over that. We're going to get scholars to sit and adjudicate to say this research is groundbreaking for our country. And our job will be to fund it and ensure that it is sustainable, and hoping that it will be a legacy for Unisa, because Professor Nzimande was a product of this university. Unisa has come in, as I'm telling you, that in 1984 when she graduated, it was only because Unisa decided there should be access to tertiary education and access for everyone in the country. And the production, I'm sure you can look into the numbers that you have produced over the 50 years. It is enormous. And I'm sure the pillars of the healthcare in our country, as Dr. Madalero would have said, is served by many who graduated from this specific university. It is, the universities can play a role by leveraging their research and training to drive new innovation and collaboration with other stakeholders. And universities are very important and respected entity, and they can use that positively to influence policy in the country. And in so doing, we are saying that we should allow ourselves as Unisa to drive the health agenda in the country. So the research that is done should not be about me graduating. It should be about informing what the government, what the Minister of Health should determine a policy to address challenges of society in general. And that's where you then realize the impact that you are making as a university, but also as health system, because we are part of the entire system itself. So we should also shape the agenda for international work general. I think a lot has been spoken about. I must indicate when I get to this point that the first point that was made by Dr. Matandela, that we should see many papers presented at global platforms, your International Council of Nurses scientific conferences that we always have every 2 years. When we attend there, we should be able to say there's number of South Africans that are publishing, are presenting, whether it's a poster or is it oral. But in essence, we must up our game and say we are the global competitors. And it can be done if Unisa is playing its role with many others within the country. If you were to attend those conferences, you will see how much of the Asians do, how Chinese would be in large numbers publishing and presenting in the conferences. And regionally, we are the pillar of the whole region. I think you spoke about a number of things. I know that in Rwanda, when they wanted to start a master's program, they came to Unisa and said, we need your scholars to come and assist us. It was Unisa that then said, the capacity lies with our universities. We were asking professors, and there were those who were willing to go to Rwanda. To this day, Rwanda is now even training PhD, mass numbers of masters. It's only because South Africa is a pillar of the region, Africa as a whole. And this is not embedded from now. If you were to follow the history of the 20 nurses that were sent to Tanzania in 1960, you would know that we as South Africa created systems, health systems across Africa as a whole. Because in 1960, when Tanzania, then Tanganyika, received or managed to achieve freedom, they were governed through Julius Nyerere as the president. But the British nurses that were there in influx, they left the country and said they cannot be saving a black government. Then the health system collapsed because everyone was managing and running the health system, the hospitals and the clinics, was those nurses who left. And the rest were sub-nurses because they were not trained to that level, as we had the same system in South Africa. But because South Africa had nurses that were professional nurses, and they were asked by the ANC through Oliver Tambo, the 20 nurses went there. They created the whole system of health and nursing in Tanzania to the effect that they even developed your research journals, your nursing associations, because they learned it at home and they went to impart that knowledge to Africa. So I'm saying this because next year, 2026, we have got, and we have this information because we're working together with Fundisa, let me say the academia as a whole, the Ministry of Health through the Chief Nursing Officer, Nursing Council as a regulator, plus Unisa as the National Nurses Association. We are going to be hosting 2 conferences next year, scientific ones. One will be the Hexacon. I think they spoke about it. It will be my wish that we have a number of papers coming from when the abstracts are, I think it's out now, it will be shared, you should receive. You're going to present your work there. Also, we're going to have the BRICS Nurses Forum next year. So it's going to be in September and in October. But if we have a lot of publications from South Africa, it means the strength that we're demonstrating that we are scholarly as a country, and we're hoping that it then demonstrates the point that collaboration is very important. And the more you can do is to collaborate with everyone within the country. So I hope that you'll be able to submit your abstracts as and when it comes. But every 2 years, ICN hosts the conferences. The next one is coming in 2027 in Taiwan, Taipei. I hope you're going to submit there. But part of what we should do maybe one day, we hosted ICN conference in 2009 in Durban, South Africa by Unisa, and working with all, collaborating jointly and cooperating with government and all that. I hope we can say it's time for us to host again. And I hope we can say, we will demonstrate that in hosting the papers that are going to be presented, majority of which will come from South Africa. And then we choose that we can work towards that particular process. But because there are also spin-offs from these scientific conferences, financial one for the country, economical for the country. So we can contribute. You see, the ripple effect of what we do goes beyond just ourselves as we think we are in the space that we are as academia, but there's more that we can do to that. I think we spoke a lot about the AI. The point I want to emphasize is that we often think that AI is coming. The buzzword is AI is here. Because if you think it is still coming, you will not be ready anytime soon. The more we adjust our mind that it is here, we'll then be able to work very hard and make sure that we beneficiate from the existence of AI. And partly we must make sure that we play a role, as Unisa must play this role, that you become a catalyst for societal change. I think there are many areas that we can talk to. I'll just leave it at that, and we can all think of what more do we do. And then we collaborate within the BRICS. DINOSA will be the entry point for all these collaborations if we were to collaborate better and we work as a country as a whole. But we must align our global challenges. And there's a greater need to invest in digital health platforms. And that will support the transformation agenda of the country, but also of the region and the global stage itself. So part of what we need to realize one day is how do we ensure that digital health itself can assist in taking care of the deep rural areas where you can't reach with all the resources. But we need to spread it even across Africa. I'm not speaking for any country, but we know those who travel across that some African countries have real difficulties. And that's where digital health can play a role. Imagine if UNISA can develop something that you can go and use. In an area when they are hit by cholera, it kills like the whole village. And it's an initiative that would have been innovative and created by UNISA, which means your collaboration and cooperation must work not only in the nursing department or health department. You must now go into the IT and all other health economics and all that. So there's a broader challenge that in the next 20 years, we must be able to say proudly from UNISA or developed from UNISA, this is the model we created and it is used across the region, whether sub or the whole region of Africa. So Program Director, thank you very much. I think that is the little that I wanted to add. As we as a country want to realize NHI, we must then begin to think there's more that we can offer than just being nurses that are there. But the policy must inform what we are. Because when we think of NHI, there must be enablers of NHI. And part of it is the human resource. I'm yet to be told by any scholar standing here as to how many professional nurses do we need for our country. I'm not talking about ratios of the hospital. When you think broadly of health system, before a person is sick, you think of the entire nation of 63 million. You must tell me how many professional nurses do we need? How many midwives do we need? How many psychiatric nurses do we need? How many community nurses do we need? And how many should have theater specialization and how many should have trauma? So we only say we comply with maybe government, you'll have an ideal clinic and you'll have the ratios that they define. But that is not a national picture that we want. And somebody can research that and come back and say, this model can work. For our 63 million, we need so many primary healthcare nurses. As a result, you plan towards achieving that because you already have a vision of what you achieve. And if you present the same to the minister, I'm sure he will never say no, because he will say, research shows us that you can do better as a country if we can train and we have this enough human resource. Program Director, Professor Mabue, thank you very much, and thank you for listening to me. I appreciate being here. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Hlongwane. Thank you very much, all of you. Before I hand over to
the program directors of the day. A special thank you to you panelists. And before I'm out of this platform, Mr. Kabelo, a panelist, he is requesting that before we leave the platform, he's requesting just 2 minutes of our time. Then afterwards, the program directors will come over. Then I think it won't be proper for me that I say you leave the platform after the program directors come. Okay.
May we please give our panelists a hand of appreciation. I am sitting there as a social worker. I say that even our department must have something like this. And I'm learning. And indeed, collaboration do really work. But, you know, we are attending a grant writing workshop. And we were taught that we can create some apps to solve some of the problems. And some of the colleagues that were with us from nursing, we brought some good ideas, especially from humanities, that we can come up with good innovations. And I'm looking forward that you will see that and it will work for the profession well. And something nice is coming. You know, something. Can you introduce something nice coming?
Thank you, thank you, thank you. As we prepare for the next item in the program, we are going to allow one or two comments that would emanate from what was discussed. In the interest of time, we just want to make this be proper. And I'm going to allow only 2 hands before I see there's a hand here. Is there another hand as well? 2. So that will be enough for the day. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, Program Director. I am known as Pinky Eunice Siku. I'm a distinguished professor here at Unisa. The Unisa, the Vice Chancellor, had a vision of establishing what we call catalytic niche areas. So one of the catalytic niche areas that we're having is the niche area on health and medicine, which I am leading. And in the catalytic niche areas, Unisa is a way of trying to transform, to increase the number of academic programs. So I was really happy with this panel to increase the number of academic programs and to increase the research output, and also to establish a private hospital for Unisa, but not only to be used by Unisa, you know, it will be used by everybody who wants to use it. And the reason was that when we increase the number of our programs, then it means we need a clinical space. And the clinical spaces, we know that there's lots of competition. For an example, I was a DVC at SMU, and there we were using the space that is from Northwest. We're using their facilities. And now Northwest is establishing their own medical school. So if they are establishing their medical school, then it means we're having a problem of utilizing their facilities. Just an example, UJ as well has been approved to introduce a medical school. Then it means the competition for space in the clinical environment is becoming more. So that's an example. Now, I'm trying to be short, but it's important that we must get support as Unisa. We need support from this panel and everybody. Now, we're having a challenge as Unisa of being limited to be an online the institution distance education. And the panelists have said it, that it's no longer a Unisa thing. All the institutions after COVID are running online programs, and they are also using distance education, because if you are online, you obviously close the door. Now, and we have been encouraged to develop more postgraduate programs as Unisa. And all these universities that have health sciences, they are also running postgraduate programs. Now, the question is, what should we do as Unisa? And I am saying this because these people who are here, as nurses of this country, we were able to say, when President Mandela was saying we should become, nursing is a technology thing, we must belong to technology. So we said no. We said no, we belong to universities. And we have achieved that goal. Nursing colleges are now part of higher education. Now, because we are able to do that, I'm saying something needs to be done. And we are limited because all of us firstly have to go to the professional body, and then the Department of Higher Education and the Council on Higher Education. Now, in order for us to be like other universities and have the capacity to introduce new academic programs without a limitation, because we are having a limitation. Our limitation is that you are an Odell. You can't train undergraduate programs. You only have to train postgraduate programs. And we can't go to all other countries to run programs there, but we can't say no to students that are coming from those programs. So we are now trying to write that people should be NRF rated, grant writing, and also increasing our work in teaching and learning, but we have a limitation. So it's a pity that we don't have time, because Nursing Council is here. The people are here to say to us, Unisa, we support you. You are allowed to also run undergraduate programs like any other institution.
Thank you. Wait, my brother. In the interest of time, we are not going to give the next speaker to have a question. Unfortunately, we are going to swiftly move into the next program. And we are going to allow the next item in the program. Can I ask you to be short, my sister? Otherwise, I'm fired. Prof. Siku is here. I'll lose my job. Can you continue? Just press that on top of, in front of you and speak.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Dikeledi. I'm from Stellenbosch University. My question is on impact and legacy. What lessons from the past do you believe the upcoming generation of nurses should carry forward as the profession continues to evolve?
Up to you.
Okay.
Over to you.
My comment is on the answer to that is that the past have not taught us that our indigenous knowledge systems is part of our health. What we need to carry forward is that integrate indigenous knowledge system in the health system. So it means we are challenged to research more, because to this day, you cannot tell a grandmother in Luksikisiki that using mhlonyana to cure a flu is wrong. And yet, in our health system, we don't have that indigenous knowledge integrated. So we are challenged, all of us. And Unisa should lead on that.
Yes, Prof. I hope I'm protected.
A very short response to Professor Sikwe is that stay in your line. Do what you do better and best.
Thank you. A round of applause. It is time for a special moment. Watch the space. It is time for our last item. Not the last, but the least, not last. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you. You may just prepare yourself as you stand next to your chair and stretch a little bit. You know, we are nurses. We need to show that we understanding that sitting for a long time can cause challenges. And I promise you, you are now going to stand up. All of you. Right now. I'm not going to tell you to stand up. You'll see. You are going to be enforced into this practicality that each and every one of us will have to stand up and move your body and do some exercises as we say goodbye to the day. Prof. Azwi and Prof. Zuma, do as they do. Happy birthday to us. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Happy birthday to us. To us. Happy birthday to us. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to us. Hey, hey, bless you. Oh, may the good Lord bless us. Oh, may the good Lord bless us. May the good Lord bless us. Happy birthday, us. May the good Lord bless us. May the good Lord bless us. May the good Lord bless. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to us. Happy birthday to us. Happy birthday to us. Happy birthday, happy birthday to Happy birthday, happy birthday. Whoop, whoop. Hooray! Another hoop. Hooray! Nog hoop. Hooray! Over to you, Prof.
That's the moment we have all been waiting for, to celebrate 50 years of Department of Health Studies at Unisa, shaping NACY's future. So we have done all the good work which we have done, which you have portrayed, all the NACYs you have produced, and all the impact you have done, not only nationally, but globally, and collaborating with all different stakeholders. So we're saying we're so grateful for all the support, because we will not have reached where we are, Golden Jubilee, without all your effort and all your support. So on behalf of all people have been busy from Professor Cecil up to now. We are saying we are grateful. We have done the best we can. But now we feel that we are cutting this cake to celebrate and appreciate all the work you have done. I think South Africa have seen you. It have seen us. Now I'm handing the baton to Prof. Zuma.
Happy birthday
To us.
Happy birthday to us.
Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to us.
Oh, yes. Oh, thank you very much. I think the symbolic nature is good afternoon to all of us. I'm actually supposed to be doing a vote of thanks, but now I'm going to just thank everybody who has made the Department of Studies what it is today. So I think we're taking over and we are promising that we will actually make it shine as we take it to the next level. Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Bend. Yes. On the bend, yeah. Yes. Which is the word of thanks, man? Yeah, yes, that's what it's
The chair of the Department of the Health Studies, Professor Sibusiso Zuma, to talk to us. We want him to show some privilege. We are privileged to have him as a COD. Prof. Zuma, this is your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think thank you very much also for the team for the music to bring us into this stage. I think I'm going to be short, but I think we've taken note. I think for me, the message, we have heard it. And I think it's what I've been writing down on this book to actually promise that we will actually do the best. And we've taken note of the suggestions to take the department forward. But my vote of thanks goes to all of you present. for the lessons that you have given us. But also I want to thank the Department of Health Studies team for having actually supported this day actually to actually be realized. But it would not have been possible if it was not for the Comms and Marketing Committee under the leadership of Dr. Olaine. They actually worked hard to make it what it has been. So I think we appreciate that. I also want to thank the program directors for doing a sterling job. Also the college management for allowing us and funding the project that we are doing. But also we want to thank our retirees. And I also had my mom, Prof. Mdiba, but she's gone. She was here too. I want to also thank the stakeholders and also Prof. Sikwe for coming and joining us as our mother and also a person who is actually part of the university executive management. We also want to thank, I think, everybody. If I haven't mentioned you by name, you are also appreciated, but I think most importantly, my staff, the team that I'm working with, I think they have done a great job. And we promise that in the next steps, we are going to write a book about the history of nursing education at Unisa. We're also going to build the museum to actually capture all the things that they have been. But the biggest message we got was collaboration, collaborations, and collaborations. And I think we've taken note of that. So I think with those words, I would like to say thank you to everybody and also thank our speakers for coming through. So these are the tokens of appreciation that are given to you for being present to us. And also Prof. Mabue, we are actually having her, this was her last activity. She's going on retirement as we move along. But we thank you very much. I think with those words, vote of thanks, lunch is served.
Just the last one. As you go for lunch, the cake will be cutted and it will be placed. So after lunch, you will come pick up your TTO of your cake in a nice package for you so that you have something to take home. Thank you.
We want to thank you. Please enjoy the day. To another 50 years plus. Let's do it again, Department of Health.
Thank
and to our
you.
hospital. Thank you very much.